Are we live? I think we're live. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. There is going to be one more of us later on. There was supposed to be two more. Lisa forgot that she had plans, and Danny has got a migraine. Liv is running late because she's eating at the minute. But how are you?
I'm okay. Very glad I have 2 days off. 3 days, actually, because I'm not working Monday.
Same.
Yeah. I will be in the Saturday after, but I can ignore that until the Saturday rolls around. Yeah.
Yes. How is, well, I say everyone. There's you here, but everyone in the comments as well. How is everyone's reading going? What are we reading tonight?
I finished A Sound for the Wild Built yesterday, and I've not wanted to pick up anything else because I just wanted to sit with it for a bit. And I was like, okay. So I need to finish editing my TBR so I can go up today, and then I will pick something off my TBR. Probably, I don't know, maybe Loveless.
Nice. Good choice.
Yeah. I need to put my poll up as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a load of romances and then Once Upon a Broken Heart, which I'm really hoping people don't pick because I want to read it
on purpose now. You could just do what I've done and just put up like emojis instead, and then people won't know. But I am going to be reading, if I can get it up. Apparently my Kindle is charging. It's actually telling me it's not even going to turn on now. So when it works, there we go. Reading The Double Trouble Society by Carrie Hope Fletcher, which is a middle grade about witches, so it works perfectly.
Did you finish Babel?
What was that, sorry?
Did you finish Babel?
I did. I finished it earlier. I gave it 5 stars. It's my favourite book I've read so far this year.
I'm so excited for it to come out in like several months' time.
It's 1st of September. It's not too far.
It's far enough so that I can hate you a little bit.
Fair enough.
But I suppose it gives me time to read the rest of R.F. Kuang's books that are just sat on my shelves.
Yes, read the rest of them. Right, before I start getting annoyed at you for not having finished Swappy War series, I'm going to read some comments.
Yeah.
Hello. It's here at 6:45. There's somebody dedicated.
That's a whole 15 minutes earlier than me.
Meg came on right as we were about to go live. I was slightly worried I was going to be on my own. Hello. We have a Katie. No, they're not.
Correct.
I mean, the thing is now is that we only have Scarlet Witch represented now, which is great. We are the best team, obviously.
Yeah.
And reading Crave. Liv will be very happy to hear that when she gets here.
That may or may not be one of the books I hold in America.
Wow, nice. I have it. I don't know when I'll read it. Well, it's on my TBR game for one of the ones that Liv has put me on to read. So whenever it comes up on there. I'm on my phone, so I don't apologise for my very bad typos. What's your excuse normally? Hello. Hi. Reading The Spanish Love Deception. What are you like thinking of that one? Because I've just bought that.
And I've had that on my Kindle for like months, and I was going to read it while I was away, and instead just read really like other trashy Kindle Unlimited reads.
Nice.
And like I don't regret it, but like I probably should have read it while I was sat next to a pool in like really hot weather.
I've heard really mixed things about it. Like some people love it. I know Becca really likes it, but then I've seen other people really not like it. So I got it while it was cheap in the works. So.
Yeah, I think it's on KU, or like it was on KU.
I don't
and it may have been taken off, but
it's
still. Oh, see, I don't mind them, especially if they're like romances, because I feel like it doesn't matter if I start skim reading them, which I tend to do if it's an ebook.
Read My Buddy Page of the City of Brass and Wrath today, so from books on Crave. Nice.
That's so many like intense fantasies.
Are these the buddy reads that you're doing with Lisa, and she hasn't actually bought the books yet?
I feel like I need to pick one adult fantasy to read at a time and can intersperse other reads around it, but I couldn't read 2.
Yeah,
my brain would explode.
If I'm reading 2 books at once, it has to be like a fantasy and then contemporary romance. It needs to be something very different. So.
Kudos to you, Hattie.
Listening to Skullduggery Pleasant. Can't pronounce things very well.
I hated these books, and everyone in my high school was obsessed with them, and I was just like, I don't understand it. And then Spooks is like obsessed. I'm like, I need someone to explain to me where I'm like missing the appeal. Like, I don't get it.
I've never read them, so I cannot give you a opinion on them whatsoever.
They did like this thing when we were in high school where like you could pick a free book, and there was like this massive list of free books, and Skullduggery Pleasant was one of them. So like 90% of the people got that. I think I got something called like the Black Book of Secrets, and then I stole somebody else's who got the Poison Garden, and I remember enjoying both of those, and then stealing someone else's Skullduggery Pleasant and being like, this was terrible. You're all missing out on the excellent literature I have read.
Why are we just stealing other people's books?
They didn't want them. Like, they read it, or they read like 20% of it, and they were like, oh, I'm going to give this to a library. And I was like, no, you're not.
You can give it to my library instead.
Yeah, literally.
I'm pretty decent. I'm about 2/3 of the way from my first read. Nice. I've finished 2 books now because after I read Babel, I read a comic book.
Nice. So. I think I'm going to pick up The Drowned by Laini Taylor before I go get food.
Nice.
Because that will be quick, and it will be spooky, which is one of my Whatever-thon prompts, and a favourite author, which is one of my Dart Attack prompts. Spoilers for the video that I haven't edited yet.
What team are you on for Whatever-a-thon?
Shelf Slayers.
Oh yeah, I haven't. That's same, but I haven't actually looked at the bingo board, so I don't know what.
Well, like, so I only picked Shelf Slayers because I looked at the bingo board for each team and was like, what does my current TBR fit into? And I could do everything other than borrow a book.
Yeah.
With the Shelf Slayer one, and I was like, you know what? I've got a book out of the library that's a borrow book, or if I want to stretch it, A Psalm for the Wild Built is on Jem's TBR, so I can just borrow it from her TBR. Yeah.
I did look at it when I first joined it, but I've just forgot what everything is on the bingo board.
Oh, I hadn't signed up for it. I was like waiting for my TBR to be a thing, and I was like, I'm gonna like try and go as hard as I can.
No, I think the spooky one, I thought with that, I was like, that kind of works anyway because I'm reading all witchy books, so one of them's going to be spooky, and the one I'm reading tonight is a spooky middle grade, so perfect.
Yeah, The Drowned like looks really creepy, like, and it's called The Drowned. It's about like a drowned person. Like I'm hoping that has spooky elements.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Yeah.
I
love Well-Met. It's like it's on my shelf. It's up here. It's on my favorite shelf. I just got it in hardcover. I'm very excited about it.
Is that another one of your hauls from your holiday?
Yeah. Yeah. I have a problem.
How many books did you actually buy?
Well, so I had some book of the month books that were like already like bought. They were just waiting for me, and then I did buy a lot. So I bought 20 home for me and 2 for other people.
Which book of the month ones did you get?
So I have Portrait of a Duke, the Evie Dunmore historical romance. I have The Last Time I Lied. No, Home Before Dark by Riley Sager, which I have zero interest in now. I've tried to read a Riley Sager book. I have Red, White and Royal.
That's what I was waiting for. I'm like, yeah. And I'm not happy about it.
Also, right here are my favorite.
I hate you.
Yeah. I got Beach Read, and Anna Kay.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's it. But that could be a lie.
I have these just been collecting for you to pick up for a while.
Yeah, well, she was supposed to visit, and then I was supposed to visit, and COVID just messed everything up.
Again, even though I was late from work today because I was in bed at 1:30. Nice. I did see this in the Discord. Nice. I once again had like 2 hours sleep, so although it's 7 o'clock, I will not stay awake if I don't drink coffee. So this may not be good for my sleep tonight.
I went to bed at like 12 and I woke up at like 10. I had like 10 hours. But this is after like, I feel like I may have finally got over my jet lag. Like I may have finally become a person again.
Shadow in the Glass to finish and Lady Mary. Nice. Reading Death Note, Black Edition Volume 1. I have not read any of Death Note. In Cold Boys Wood by Carol Birch. I have not heard of that one.
Or the author.
No. But I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Currently reading 4 different books. Nice. Cemetery Boys, good choice. The Chain, The Near Witch, love some V. Schwab, and Marvel Runaways Volume 1. Is that the new version of Runaways, the one that Rainbow Rowell's done, or is it the classic ones? I've got the Rainbow Rowell one, the first volume anyway.
I enjoyed the show.
They did a reboot of the comic series, and Rainbow Rowell writes them. And I've said I've got the first bind up. I just haven't bought any of the others yet. I have yet to watch the show. I keep meaning to watch it.
I really enjoyed the show.
Normal excuse is that Alice is bad at typing. Fair enough.
Maybe you just can't spell, Alice. Maybe you just got to accept this about yourself.
Beer tasting. Nice.
I mean, that sounds terrible for me, but like I hope you had a good time.
Not super correct, but it's getting more interesting. That's Spanish love deception, isn't it? Currently reading The Bone Season, one that I have not read yet and have owned for many years. Someone else with typos. Welcome to the club.
I'm terrible at typing, but like I embrace it about myself. I'm like, you know what? Like, can't type for crap.
Yeah.
And half the time, I can't spell for crap either. I like look at a word and I'm like, is this right? What's going on here? Do I speak English?
Debatable.
Yeah, it is.
Lisa apparently has the books for this buddy read. It's a different one that she hasn't got. How many buddy reads is Lisa doing? Hi, Rosa. No. I'm ignoring the second half of the comment. Right, Landra, a fun time. It's a banter for me.
Okay. Maybe I was just a miserable child. Didn't appreciate the banter.
Maybe try it again.
I was like, no, give me the poison garden. Give me like people killing each other.
Yeah, in all fairness,
Secrets was also really messed up. It started with like a grave robbery, and then people would sell their secrets, and there were like teeth involved. It was a wild time. And then like Skullduggery Pleasant happened, and I was like, this was so boring.
Yes, Rosie. Yes, we did.
Yeah, we took them out.
No, I think I did explain earlier, but basically Lisa has plans that she forgot about until last night. Danny has a migraine. Liv will be joining us, but she is eating at the minute, so she said she's going to be 15-20 minutes late. Skullduggery is amazing. It's just chaos of a skeleton detective. Who wouldn't want that? I mean, that sounds pretty good in all fairness.
It does sound good. I don't think it was executed well. Okay. But this is like 15 years ago, so maybe my mind will have changed. Not that I'm planning on rereading them ever, but you know, the option's there.
Yeah. It was a House of M comic. I got it out from the library. I very much enjoyed it, but I did not realize that it was setting up for a whole like other arc, so it leads on to another series which is called, I think it said Decimation. And now I need to read those ones, and my library does not have those, so we'll have to try and find them. Also, Shell Slayers. See, we can join up on that team, just not on this one. And again, I think everyone sort of combined in the Shell Slayers part is just the Marvelathon, which is what we're here for, and you're all on the wrong team. Classic one, but also the newer Rainbow Rowell one as well. We have actually got to the end of the comments. So
in like around 50 minutes. This is reasonably timed chatting. The last time we did sprints, we chatted for like an hour, and I was like, whoops.
I mean, one of us mentions musical theatre and we're done for. That's what it normally is.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I have not booked that hotel yet. I will do it.
It completely slipped my mind. I was just like, stressing about my video today. I was like, I haven't even thought about the fact that I've still not booked a Yalk hotel.
It's in 1 month, pretty much.
I know. Yeah. It's a
The
problem.
hotels are not cheap now for that weekend.
No. They were never cheap to begin with, but now they're worse.
Yeah. Maybe think about booking something.
Yeah.
We have more comments. Yeah. The thing is it's not it technically is like the end. Well, there are lots of like tie-in parts of House of M apparently, but it is like the end of this thing. It's just it leads on to a whole new storyline. It's just with comics, there's so many of them that it's hard to have them all. So, but I should be able to find it online. Becca sent me a link for something last night where you can read comic issues. So I'm going to see if I can find it on there.
Nice. I do hate when the library doesn't have like a full series out. I was looking at my I might still sign into my London library, and I'm hoping they don't take it away because the digital selection at my current library is appalling. But they had at one point they had the second audiobook in the Expanse series, and I was like, great, I won't have to buy the second book. I'll like listen to it, see if I want to continue. And then I went back and they only had books 7 and 8. I'm like, where did book 2 go? Yeah. Why have you got 7 and 8 and not 1 and 2?
Mine's just really like random with what it has as like is what it has as ebooks and what it has as physical. So it might have all the series, but one of it might be an audiobook, one of it might be an ebook, some of it might be physical, and it's just like make it easier, please.
Make consistency.
Yeah. Didn't really like House of M's ending. Poor Wanda and Decimation was at one time important in the comics, but not anymore. Fair enough. It's the ending was said I was kind of like, well, I'm gonna need to read more now because this Right, now we're at the end of the comments. So we're gonna go for 45. I'm gonna get my charger so that my Kindle will actually let me read because at the minute it won't. And once I am actually prepared. Hey. Right, I'll see you guys in 45. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. I managed to read 15% of my book, which I'm happy about. Middle grade reads a bit quicker than what I was reading before.
Yeah.
How did you guys do?
I got about 50% into my graphic novel, and I stared at my editing for like 5 minutes while it just like tried to load it where I was and gave up, and then I went and ordered food.
Nice.
I'm so hungry.
Is your iMovie liking you any more than it was earlier?
No.
How did you do, Liv?
So I listened to a chapter of my book, but then I've started to. These are all the prompts for my TBR game that I've got, that I'm in the middle of planning and sort of like logistics of everything.
Did you go to Hobbycraft today?
I went to Hobbycraft today and bought myself a nice whiteboard.
Yay! I'm excited to see what this looks like.
And paint and things, like paints and paintbrushes, because I found out I had no paintbrushes. I'm like, how can I not have paintbrushes in the house? I bought some paintbrushes and some card. And so yeah, I've got, hopefully it'll be a good one. I've done them based on characters, and I want to give you one of the prompts. It's not a prompt, but have either of you watched Avatar: The Last Airbender?
No, I've seen like half of season 1.
Okay, so I don't know. You probably haven't met the Cabbage Merchant.
Well, like it's like a cultural phenomenon, so I know of the Cabbage Merchant.
So you know of the Cabbage Merchant. You know how he always loses his cabbages, and his whole phrase is "my cabbages," because he's constantly losing them. The prompt for the Cabbage Merchant is "start your TBR again." I thought it was quite interesting. So yeah, but I've had to come up with like nearly 40 prompts.
Nice.
Because I've done all of the characters from all 3 seasons, and I'm just sat here like, in the end, a couple of them I've gone with, read a book with pink on the cover and read a book with black on the cover, because I'm like, I have run out of ideas.
Yeah.
I've tried to
See, I just make other people play for me.
Yeah.
It's worked out well so far.
Yeah, I wanted to do like, so the prompt in relation to the character. So some of them, if you know who Sokka is, you know he always makes jokes. So his prompt is read a book that makes you laugh. Like I've tried to do them that way, and like Aang, read a middle grade. Like keep them as close to the characters as you can. But some of them, I'm just like, I'm stuck on Azula, I'm stuck on Piandao, and I'm stuck on Paku. And really May and Ty Lee as well, because they're the ones that just have pink or black on the cover, which I don't think is fitting for their characters, because I love them and I feel like they need better. But at the moment I'm like,
is Azula the lightning sister? Okay. Yeah. That's the only name I recognised. I think the other two, like, whether they like her friends, like the
May and Ty Lee are her friends.
Yeah.
May is the one.
I've just absorbed this via osmosis from just culture.
May is the one that dates Zuko.
Oh, the warrior.
Yes, the one that throws the knives. And Ty Lee is the one that
can... My dog is going mad downstairs. I hope you can't hear him.
Yeah, and Ty Lee's the one that can push your pressure points and make you just flop on the floor.
Nice.
I like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Don't get me started on it. I want to rewatch.
This is kind of making me want to watch it, so
I think you should.
I didn't not finish season 1 for a specific reason, but I didn't. I've not finished a lot of things for no reason. Like I just am not very good at finishing things.
I've got on Saturday, my 24-hour readathon is going to be me reading the Avatar: The Last Airbender comics, which are the continuation of the series, and like some of them are actually set during the series. So you know, like I think one of them's called The Lost Adventures of Team Avatar, I think it's called. And it's about their experiences during like the 3 seasons, just like in between the stories.
My food is here. I'm gonna go grab it.
Go grab your food. So yeah, that's gonna be my entire day. And the thing is that they're omnibuses, like they're 3 graphic novels in one. So that's 3 books in. I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books.
I don't think this is a good plan. I don't think you should be doing this. No.
And yeah, they're all individual comics, like not comics, but like graphic novels that have just been put into a binder.
I finished 2 books today, so I actually have some points now. And then this one, I think I'm going to be able to finish by tomorrow. So
I'm hoping that, because today I've gone out, I've bought loads of like TBR game paints and things like that. I'm like, I want to sit down and do this.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'm hoping that I will go, I want to sit and read.
Yeah.
Because I'm still on my first book and I'm like, I need to read it.
I've done the opposite way around. Today I've sat and read, and then tomorrow I'm going to the cinema. So right, let's catch up on some comments. Where are we? The first one is Liam realizing that they started at 7 at 7:30. Not that you joined like not long after we started the first sprint, so you're fine. You just missed a bit of chatty bit. It's fine.
To be fair, I joined at like, I think it was like just after 10 past, and I was like, you stopped talking, and then I realised we weren't on Lisa's lives, so you know.
Well, the thing is that up until 59 minutes past 6, I thought I was starting the live by myself, and then Meg literally joined with 30 seconds to spare. So it was, it was fairly quick because there was only 2 of us. So. Siobhan joined with 25 minutes left, and we'll be reading Norse mythology. Nice. I got a tour. Just got home from work doing the food shop, so just going to sort dinner as I continue with the Midnight Library. How are you liking it so far? Another one that I've heard mixed things about.
So many like books that I've heard mixed views about.
But I'll agree with you on one of those teams.
Same.
I'm not doing whatever-a-thon this year, so
I'm doing it, but sort of focusing on Marvelathon and then just going whatever prompts I can fit this to. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm doing it because last year June was like my best reading month ever. Like I read so many 5-star books last June. Like it was great. And then Maddie's done Dart Attack for me, so it would be rude not to. And I didn't. A hairdresser did, and I hate it. So thanks. I put some purple hair dye on it yesterday. I was like, maybe I can go purple, then just dye it brown again. Did nothing. It's now just a slightly cooler blonde, which is better, but I still hate it.
Oh. Siobhan read 60 pages. So joined with 25 minutes left of the sprint and read 60 pages. Putting all of us to shame.
In the next sprints, I've got to go wash up. So I'm gonna actually listen to some of my book.
That reminds me, I need to go and take clothes out of the washing machine.
Did you book the hotel?
I have to adult.
Yeah, my parents are away this weekend, so I have to cook for myself. I've got to wash all my own clothes. It's not right. Over 20 pages, but it is a manga. 18% of school degree pleasant. Nice. 30 pages. Liv will like this one. Again, though, just the amount of pages every single time shocks me, even though I know how much you would read.
I used to think I was a fast reader, and then Hattie came along, and I was like, oh no, I'm just faster than like a normal human. Hattie is just like a machine.
Yeah. Hattie, how are you enjoying Crave? Because you like the rate you read, you're probably near the end of it by now.
First 2 pages. This makes more sense for the earlier comment, because earlier it said over 20 pages, but it is a manga, now over 200. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the Cabin Merchant.
How many Power Rangers programs are there these days?
Oh, I
don't know, but nothing will ever be Wild Force. That was my Power Rangers.
It means just the original ones, whatever they're called. I don't know if they had a name or if it's just the original ones.
I think mine was... Oh, I can't even remember. I just remember really liking the pink Power Ranger. I was always the pink Power Ranger. And I always remember being the pink Power Ranger.
The guy from Wild Force, the Red Ranger, I think he may have like killed somebody. And like it was on Twitter that like the Red Ranger had like killed someone. And I was like, which Red Ranger? And I was like, my Red Ranger? No.
I'm gonna have to look this up now.
Yeah.
The original ones were just called the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and that's the ones I remember because I am old. They started in 93, so that was my childhood. I was 3 when they started. So
I was -3.
Yeah, exactly. I am old. Zula could be unhinged woman like I Am Widow, for example.
Zula does seem to have that kind of unhinged.
Yeah, I did think I wanted to try and keep them as like broad
just like female villain.
Yeah, I might just do female villain because then that the female villain can be like an evil stepmother or something, or
yeah.
Thank you, evil female villain.
We've got some more. Kylie could be something with circus or martial arts.
That's a good one. I could circle might be too specific. Martial arts I could do.
Yeah. First time here. Love Marvel. Scarlet Witch is amazing. Yes, she is.
Team Scarlet. I definitely need WandaVision this month.
I need to rewatch it. Stop accidentally spoiling it for Lisa on lives like I did yesterday.
Oh no. I've watched 0 of the Marvel shows, and I'm like, I feel like I need to start at least one of them during MarvelAthon.
Yeah, do it. And the first one to start with is WandaVision, so that's perfect because it's Team Scarlet Witch.
Yeah.
I have to admit, with WandaVision, the first 2 episodes was a little bit slow going. I have to admit, like I watched it, I went, I don't know where this is going. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, it is very just intriguing.
I feel like it helps that I just don't care about spoilers, so people have been talking about it on the internet for like months. Yeah. So like I have a vague idea of what is going on.
The thing that I think from like just seeing any sort of pictures of it is obviously it's the first episode in particular is black and white, old sitcom, and they get newer as it goes along. So the first ones are very old fashioned, and it is like it's not as necessarily interesting to watch in a way. Whereas when you get later on and you like an 80s style one, it's like, and I can relate to this because I probably watched one of these programs before. So you get to the 90s ones and it just feels like your childhood. Reading Insomnia by Sarah Pinborough. Liv, that is the loudest shirt I have ever seen.
It's a dress.
I feel like the point may still stand that it is quite loud.
Yeah. I wore this at the weekend. It's in Becca's vlog. I do have other clothes. I would just like to say I really like this dress at the moment.
It's nice. I like it.
Yeah.
Reading Crowded Midnight, already like it a lot more than Throne of Glass.
My controversial Sarah J. Maas opinion is I think Tower of Dawn is the best book in that series, and I have met not a single person who agrees with me.
I have not read Tower of Dawn or Kingdom of Ash yet.
You probably should do that. Yeah.
I need to, especially after reading something. I don't know what's going on. After reading something last month, I need to read. I need to finish that series. Yeah.
She's trying very hard not to give any sort of spoilers.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not spoiling anything. I just need to read it.
I already know. I haven't read any of that series, but that you're referring to, but I know the spoiler. So yeah,
I feel like I can make an intuitive leap here and just figure it out.
Yeah. Just
let's just. I feel like we should just stop, just in case it's spoiled.
Yeah, let's move on.
Let's move on. Got to chapter 33, page 260. I believe it will be a 5-star. I was really enjoying. Are you happy?
I'm happy. You still need to read it.
Yes. When it comes up on my game, I will read it. The thing is now is that I can't read it until it comes up. So that's your fault.
No, but I don't like that rule because I really want you to read You Deserve Each Other.
I mean, the thing is, if I'm in the mood to read something, I will. Like Katie's picks haven't come up, but I will probably be reading hers this month because it's witches. So,
I think you should read Crescent City.
Okay. I'm not that one. I'm not reading until it comes up. Until I'm forced.
You should also read We Hunt the Flame. There's magic in We Hunt the Flame. There's like a whole group of witches in it.
There's witches in Crave. And there's red on the cover.
I'll read what I want to read. Leave me alone. Apparently, he impaled someone with a sword.
Yeah,
this is Power Ranger.
The Red Ranger. Yeah, oh. I was like, no. How could you do this to my childhood?
Liv looks disturbed.
I'm just like, why would you impale someone with a sword? Like, why?
Like, that doesn't happen in real life. That's like a fantasy book nonsense thing. Like,
I mean, to be fair, I'd believe it more if it was he shot someone. But impale would. I didn't know we were in the medieval times.
Oh, In Space is my favourite, and it was his roommate apparently.
Okay, I need to read this. Like,
do you think there was like a replica sword or something on the wall and just got really angry and stabbed him? I don't know. I'm trying to think why there would have been a sword there in the first place.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I can think is.
I literally type in Red Ranger killed and it comes up roommate on like the search.
No, I knew he killed someone. I'd forgotten all of the details, and I feel like that's not going to happen again. Like, this is definitely going to stick in my brain now.
He says he killed him in self-defense.
Okay. I mean, we're going to need to know more than that, but just
I love the Diary of Blood.
A Diary of Blood in the next sprint.
It's so good. I'd show it, but I let it to a friend, so it's not on my favourite shelf. And then she was like, oh, I feel like I might read Dracula first. And now she's reading Dracula daily. And I'm like, you'll finish Dracula, like, so far away. Like, you're just going to hold on to a Diary of Blood for, like, a year?
Watching Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and I'm so bored. It's the most generic, uninteresting superhero show I've ever seen. Halfway through and I haven't a clue what's happening. I actually liked Falcon and the Winter Soldier more than I expected to.
I did as well, and I think one thing I will say is that I feel like it could have been made into a 2.5-hour movie rather than a 6-episode TV show. I feel like some bits were a little bit dragged out, and I feel like it did suit. I felt like it suited being a movie better than a TV show.
Yeah,
I could see what they were trying to do, but I just don't think it came across.
Yeah, it's like that bridge as well, isn't it, between sort of the end of Endgame and then setting up what's going to happen with those characters going forward. So I think they wanted to do it as a TV show rather than a film because they might not necessarily have had the commercial success with that. It might not have been one of the bigger ones, but yeah, I know what you mean. It felt like it dragged out a little bit. I am excited to see where it goes after, though, because of everything that's all set up.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it because I'm mad at what they did to Captain America. So I'm just like, if I don't watch it, it didn't happen.
To tell you who I'm really excited to see in more Marvel stuff, and I still need to watch Hawkeye because of this, Yelena.
Yes.
I need more Yelena in my life.
You do need to watch Hawkeye.
Yeah. I feel like what I really want to happen is Yelena and Bucky to try and have a conversation.
Oh, that would be fun.
Because they're both just as sarcastic as the other.
I just want Yelena to be in every film, just commenting on things at the side.
But do you know what I want her to do? I want her to comment, like do a commentary on the movies. Be like, why did they do that? Why did they do that?
I want, you know, the guy in Ant-Man, Michael Peña's character. I want like a Yelena style summary at the beginning of every film. So like, let's catch you up to where we're at. And it's just like Yelena being like super bitchy and sarcastic about everything.
You know, what we really need is now that like Disney's bought, like, because Disney's bought Sony, haven't they? So they own. Have they bought Sony? Is that one of the ones that they bought? No, they bought 20th
Oh, I
Century
don't think
Fox.
so.
They
No,
bought
because there was that
something.
big Spider-Man controversy because we weren't sure if we were going to get the third Spider-Man film.
No, yeah, that's it. Sorry, it's the 20th Century Fox ones. But aren't they now able to bring Deadpool into MCU if they wanted to? That's what I was trying to get at.
They basically own the rights to X-Men.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember what film company it was, but it was Fox, wasn't it? But if what we need now is like just Deadpool and Yelena providing commentary on everything.
Yelena and Deadpool in the same room would be chaos.
Yeah. In the best possible way.
It would just be fantastic. And you know what? I feel like Florence Pugh and Ryan Reynolds would just get on like a house on fire as well. Like both of their personalities. I feel like they would just... Honestly, it'd be hilarious. I would come out of that room with stitches, like laughing so hard.
Funniest part was that they skipped the 90s one because those were all about unhappy couples. Yeah. I thought they did a 90s episode of WandaVision. Because there was one that I'm trying to remember.
I think they did a sitcom version, like a naughty sitcom, but I don't think they did 90s.
Yeah, they did one that there was a Modern Family.
Yeah.
I'm just having a look. Oh yeah, this said that it was late 90s, early 2000s. They sort of did a combined one. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I can't remember. I watched it when it very first came out. I remember I just started at work and I was on online training and we'd been sent to work from home. And Meg can attest to this. The online training, you can zone out of a lot of it. So literally, every week when they'd release a new episode of WandaVision, I would log on to the online training and be like, do I need to listen to this part? No, right, I'm just going to have WandaVision on instead. It's fine.
I repainted this room.
Nice. I read a lot as well during those like 4 weeks.
So many things.
I was Babel. I finished it now. I finished it this morning, and it's my favourite book I've read so far this year. The actor that played Jason, the OG Red Ranger, is being investigated for fraud. I knew there was something about the Red Ranger in the ones that I watched as well, but I couldn't remember what it was. I knew it wasn't murder. Not quite as bad as what you two had.
Well, to be fair, looking at them, I don't think Mighty Morpher was my one either. I remember, not the Mighty Morpher.
Mighty Morphin was the early ones. That's ones I watched.
It was Wild Force was mine. Yeah,
Wild Force. Because Wild Force was my brother. I can remember watching that with my brother. I think mine was same as yours, Chloe. I don't think it had been.
Yeah, see, Mighty Morphin's the original ones, but then they swapped a lot of the actors.
So I think it was still Mighty Morphing, but it wasn't the original actors. It was like Mighty Morphing, like because
they had like I remember they had the original ones that had the Pink Ranger, and then she left, and then came back at one point in a film, and she had like amnesia or something. It was very strange. Then there was like the red one. I think was it the red one? No, one of them left and then came back as a different color at one point. He was the best one, and they just kept changing the cast out a lot on the ones that I watched. I used to love Power Rangers, by the way.
See, I was never a big Power Rangers fan. I was more of what was I when I was that age? I just liked princesses at that point.
Fair enough.
and I didn't like violence, so Power Rangers was not for me.
Yeah, fair enough.
I watched it because it was on TV at like certain points in the day, but it didn't hold my attention. Like, I prefer to stick a Disney movie on. Like,
I used to have the toys where you could like build the I can't remember what it's called, but the big robot thing that they all slot into together. Muted you for a bit so I could finish Once Upon a K-Prom. First book logged for Team Shang-Chi.
Go Chris! I bought that Once Upon a K-Prom when I was in Waterstones, and I can't wait to read it.
It does sound like a you type book.
Is it good, Chris? It sounds straight up my street.
I've heard very good things.
I liked
mostly
Falcon
from Twitter.
Yeah, I keep seeing it on Twitter a lot. I liked Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but I'm glad I binged it in a couple of days. Same, actually. I watched that one all in one go, and I think it probably worked better doing that. WandaVision, I liked watching every week, but then all of the other ones since I've watched in one block afterwards.
I liked Loki one episode at a time. Loki was quite good as well, like an episode at a time. I feel like, for me, the best one so far, I haven't seen Hawkeye. That's the only... Hawkeye and Moon Knight are the two TV shows that I haven't watched yet.
Moon Knight is the one I haven't watched.
And I also haven't watched What If, but I don't think that's necessarily
it's different,
big one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think my favourite TV show is Loki.
My favourite's probably WandaVision.
But I think that's mainly due to Sylvie.
Fair enough.
I just love Sylvie.
See, I liked the whole like just not knowing what was going on with WandaVision. Like they just
I don't know. Being confused going into something.
Like,
I just love that feeling of confusion when you're like, I'm sure this is going to make sense at some point, but what on earth is going on? I recently fell down a Nancy Drew hole, and I'm like, what is happening? Why is this supernatural? Is this actually what is going on? And then like having the best time.
See, I'm the opposite. They really frustrate me. I need to know what's happening,
when it's happening, what it's doing.
Like, honestly, if I honestly get frustrated and put a book down if there's too much of I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Actually, you two would have very different reading tests.
Yeah, like This Is How You Lose the Time War, Gideon the Ninth, and Middle Game are all like 3 of my like top 5 books, and like you don't have a clue what's going on for all of them.
I like the 3 that you've just named. I've read 2 of them, loved one, hated the other, and the other one I have to read. So we'll see how
You're wrong about Gideon, okay? I will stand by that.
I've gifted it to Lisa now, so maybe she'll like it.
I hope she does. It's so good.
Yeah, I think my top 3 would be Crescent City, Akasuf, and I know that's like a later book in the series, but that is my favourite one.
Interesting choice.
Pardon?
Interesting choice.
Yeah, Akasuf.
Mine's still Akamath.
I love Akamath, don't get me wrong, I think that's a really good book, but Cassian has my heart, and like what happens.
I mean, I love Cassian, but like Nestor does not do it for me.
See, I didn't like her during Silver Court of Starlight, Frost and Starlight. I didn't like her in that at all. I wanted to punch her one. But I really felt like she redeemed herself in Akasuf. I feel like, she went through a lot. I sobbed at that book. Like, proper sobbed. So I don't think...
Okay, so 2 of the 3 is Sarah J. Maas. What's your third?
I think it's going to have to be... Once Upon a Broken Heart.
No. The book I literally, at the beginning of the sprints, was like, I don't want to read that. Hope no one picks this on the poll.
Where's your poll?
I haven't put it up yet. I was going to do it in that sprint, and I was just so hungry. I was like, I need to go order food. That is my only priority.
I can't pick a top 3 books.
No, that's like, there are other books that are in the top 5. They're like in the top somewhere. Like Strange the Dreamer is definitely a favourite book, but it's not confusing.
Yeah, see, the ones that come to mind, like trying to pick like different types of books that I like to read. Addie LaRue, which I know that Liv did not like. Nevernight, which I can't imagine Liv actually reading. And then I'd probably have to put some sort of YA contemporary at the minute. I've got Loveless in mind, which that one we're fine with.
I still have Solitaire and Radio Silence to read from Alice Oseman, and so
I've only read
Solitaire, Radio Silence, Solitaire. I've got so much of hers to read. I think Spin the Dawn is very, very close. Spin the Dawn is very, very close.
I enjoyed Spin the Dawn.
I liked it.
I love the new Fairyloot covers. They're like really pretty. The pastels, stunning.
I have that. And you know what? I'm really impressed with Fairyloot. They released their Ballad of Never After like a good 2 months before it's meant to go out. I'm like, you feeling all right, Fairyloot? You've given me 2 months, not 2 weeks.
I like the colour scheme for it as well. I know it's it's a purpley colour, and I know a lot of people don't like that Fairyloot's doing a lot of purple, but it works for that book.
I do think it works for that book because of the colour schemes of what the actual book is.
Yeah. I prefer it to the pink from the first one.
I'm a pink girl, so...
It was just, the pink on the first one is nicer in person, I will say, than it looks in pictures. When I first saw it, I was like, it just looked too bright. But now I've got it.
It's more of like a blue purple. I don't think it's...
They described it as like, it was something to do with a... what the word they said? It's something to do with it being like a nighttime type.
Yeah. And I'm really grateful that they've done the stenciled edges again. And it's like mushrooms, which I'm quite worried about because I don't know what they mean. Because obviously the first book, the stenciled edges, relates to something that's in the book.
Yeah.
And they've got mushrooms and bunny rabbits, and then arrows again.
I want to see what they're going to do with the naked hardcover because I really liked that on the first one.
Yeah. I own Once Upon a Broken Heart. Like, I have the beautiful Fairyloot edition. I just did not really enjoy the Caravel trilogy, and so I'm hesitant to pick it up.
What didn't you like about?
I didn't like the writing, and I didn't like the characters. And I wasn't too fussed on the plot.
I'm gonna suggest not reading Once Upon a Broken Heart then.
Yeah, because I was
like Caravel was okay. I just thought it was like it's not written the best. It is sort of on the easier end of YA. And I think I went into it expecting something more akin to the Night Circus and was like let down by that. That was my own fault. But then it just progressively got like more repetitive, and I was like, okay, I think this maybe isn't for me.
I'd say her writing has got better. Like, you can tell that she's improved as she's written. The plot, I think you might like a bit more in this than in Caravel. Characters, I can't really say much about that because I think that's going to be similar.
Yeah. I do think, because to be fair, I read Once Upon a Broken Heart before I read Caravel. I did it the wrong way round because I was told by the author herself, like on Instagram, that you could read it without reading Caravel. And then I read it and I went, I've just been spoiled for the end of the Caravel trilogy.
Yeah, you can do it if you're not wanting to go backwards.
If you don't care.
Yeah. And to be fair, I went into it thinking I wasn't going to. I thought, I got this EOC of this book because everyone seems to be raving about it. Let's see what it's about. And then I read it and I loved it. And I went, why the hell did I read that first? So, yeah. But, yeah, I do think, give it a go. See what you think. You can DNF it if you don't like it.
We're just going to vote for it on your poll anyway, so you have to read it.
I know. You can only do a poll of 4 things on Twitter. And I'm like, I picked 5 things from... so I had to like scroll through Instagram to pick a thing. And so like the 5th thing came from like the same photo as 4 of the options. So I'm like, if I got rid of one of the things, it would be Once Upon a Broken Heart because the other things were all from the same picture that came first.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I guess I'll just do it in the Discord.
Yeah, do it in Discord and then let me know when it's live and I'll vote for What's Called a Broken Heart 5 times.
I like Helena, but I greatly dislike Michael Peña's character.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Chris, how was it? Yeah, X-Men and Fantastic Four are now up in future movies.
Did you even watch the last Fantastic Four film?
I did, yeah.
I did not.
And
but like, I also kind of hate Miles Teller, so I was like, I don't want to see his face any more than I need to.
It was fine. It wasn't like an amazing film. It was okay. Yeah,
it didn't look good, and the fact that no one recognized them at Comic-Con was so funny.
Yeah, they did early 2000s like Malcolm in the Middle. That's what I was thinking, Malcolm in the Middle, but for some reason in my head that I think that's late 90s, but it's not. It's early 2000s. It might have gone over both.
Is there a Discord? I'm not in the Discord.
There is a Discord. Go to Twitter, and there's a link on there.
Mm-hmm. Made the mistake of going to the YouTube video, and I was like, I don't see a Discord link here.
I don't think it was set up when the video was made.
No, it wasn't.
That makes sense because it was like a month.
I'm guessing this is Rosie asking about Babel. It is a complicated book. I was trying to explain it in my blog earlier. It's dark academia that's very, very heavy on academia, because you can tell that the author studied linguistics and knows a lot about that world, because all the magic system is based on linguistics. So there's footnotes involved that tell you extra stuff about the words and etymology of the words and things like that. And then also a lot of it is about colonialism, and it's all history based. Well, it's an alternate history. It's set in the 1830s. So there's a lot to unpack in it. But
I don't think I'm going to touch that with a 10-foot barge pole.
Oh yeah, it's not a U-book at all. I've said but in my blog I've said many people I think are actually not going to like this book. I think Poppy War is more accessible, but for me this is exactly the type of book I love. So I was just nerding out reading it. It was great. Almost finished with the Poppy War and it's fantastic. It is. I'm going to suggest that you actually carry on with the rest of the series, because this one has read the first one and not carried on with it, and I keep having a go at it.
I started the Dragon Republic in 2020.
This makes it worse that you didn't finish it.
I was like, that and Addie LaRue were the two books I brought into 2021 that I need to finish these immediately. And I was so stressed out by where I was up to in the Dragon Republic that I was like, no, thank you. But I really enjoyed it. It's really good. It's stressful.
I think it's Heir of Fire, which is the book before Tower of Dawn and the Throne of Glass. I had to put it down so many times because it frustrated the hell out of me. The first few chapters, I just went, you can just go away. Just seriously? I do not like these characters. What are you doing? I want to slap you all one and then stab you in the back. It actually made me want to get violent with these characters, and I've never been like that with a character before, which I think is a reason why I've kind of not picked up the other books.
Okay, the poll is there.
Yeah, this is Power Rangers. Red, black, pink, and yellow were changed, and Tommy went from green to white. That's when I remember Tommy going from green to white, because he was my favourite. Tommy, and then it was Kimberly was the pink ranger. She was my favourite. It's really good, very cute. Gave it 4 stars.
I voted.
I'm guessing you maybe went for the broken heart emoji.
Rosie loved Middle Game. I will read.
It's so good. Rosie is correct.
I have bought that one now. I've been meaning to buy it for ages, and I got it a couple of months ago, and then I just haven't been able to get it on a TBR yet.
It's so good.
It'd be nice if they did a decent Fantastic Four. Very true.
I didn't hate the ones that had Chris Evans and everyone in.
They were just very off the time, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like it if it came out tomorrow, but
plan on reading Loveless this month. I'm waiting for UK cover because I didn't like the US cover.
This one?
I love the US cover. I have both.
I got so excited when I found this in an independent bookstore because it is out of stock everywhere because Heartless went crazy, and so there was no Alice Oseman in any shop. And then they had like a stack, and I was like, perfect. So I was buying it for Maddie for her birthday, and I was like, I can buy me and Maddie one, and not worry that I'm going to like completely clear out someone's stock of this.
I I ordered it off of Book Depository like about a month and a half ago, so it'll have been just before Heartstopper came out, so it was fine.
I did a stupid mistake of I was like, I'll wait pre-ordering the TV show tie-in edition of Heartstopper because I can pick it up whenever. It's not going to sell out. It's going to be fine. TV show tie-ins don't really sell out.
Yeah, they do now.
And I'm like, I walked into Waterstones like 2 or 3 days after Heartstopper had come out, and I was like, okay, so this is a thing. And then I saw everything on like social media about how like Alice Oseman just sold out everywhere.
I went into Foyles last week when I was in London, and it was I went sort of down to the YA bit. As I was walking back to the lift to go further upstairs, and next to the lift they had like 4 trolleys full, the big like trolleys that they re-shelving from, that were all full of Alice Oseman books ready to be put on shelves. So it's just like, how many? Like, why? But then I went into Waterstones after at Piccadilly, and they were also restocking the shelves of Alice Oseman stuff. It was slightly crazy. Just call it Blurple. Go with simple with colours. Hoping that the UK cover will be here by mid-month. Need to go. I've work tomorrow. If I don't get an early night. Thanks, Vince. Thank you for joining us. We are going to sprint again in a minute. We're nearly at the end of the comments.
I've joined now, so you're going to talk for ages.
It's fine. Fantastic Four movies are only good for seeing who played Johnny Storm and who they are now in the MCU. Very true. Further simplistic cover. I do like the UK covers of the Alice Oseman things, but I do really like that she's illustrating the US covers. Like, I can't wait for the
I Was Born for This.
I Was Born for This. I could not man the name.
I want her to do the rest of them. I'm like, I need them all to come out now with the same cover.
Thing, because those two obviously she's been able to do because they weren't published in the US before, but Radio Silence and Solitaire both were, or at least Radio Silence was. I don't think Solitaire.
Covers change all the time. They can just. She's so successful right now. They could re-release more. No.
And did they do Radio Silence in hardcover in the US?
I think so. I liked the Radio Silence cover for the US. It actually was better than our original cover. Because our original cover was the grey face with the colours, like bright colours across it.
I've just got like the simplistic blue one. I don't even have Radio Silence.
Yeah, you've got the newer one.
But they're the covers that I'm collecting.
I had the original Solitaire with, like the heart made out of like the blocks or whatever. And then I unhauled it because I was like, I will get new editions. And then I never, that's not.
Oh, that is so naughties.
Yeah. That was a UK one. Let me show you the US one. So it's more like an open road, and then it says on it, hello, I hope somebody is listening. And it just, like, the vibes of it felt more right for the book.
Yeah, the UK cover, the first UK cover, just seems like fantasy almost, like a sci-fi.
Yeah. It's like, it's the sort of thing I'd expect from, like, do you remember Warcross by Marie Lu? It's like, it reminds me of that because that had the rainbow cover.
Meg, Broken Heart's got 4, and nothing else.
Just seen that. But I put it in Whatever-a-thon as well because it's also a poll pick for Whatever-a-thon, and the Beachy one has 6, so it's beating you.
Well, you're gonna have to read both if you've done a poll in 2 places.
Hang on, you've done Whatever-a-thon as well. Oh yes.
No.
It's got 5 now, by the way.
That's so rude.
The 2000s Fantastic Four movies were overall meh. The first one was pretty decent, but the second one shit the bed with the Cloud Galactus. Most of the actors were fine.
Well, now you can say that it's joint because the Broken Heart's got 6 now as well because I've just voted on Whatever-a-thon.
1 second.
So mean. Why do you want me to read a book you think I'm not going to like?
I just want to see your opinions. I love seeing people's opinions on books, even if they don't like the books.
I just got home, hoping to read more Crown of Midnight tonight. Hi from Tora. And made food. I'm 56 pages more into Midnight Library. Nice. Well, with that, we are actually at the end of the comments. So
I'm going to go eat cake.
Nice. I'm going to go and get my clothes out of the washing machine before I forget that they're there again. So
Maybe eat pizza.
Nice.
Well, I will see you in 45 minutes. Hello. Hello.
Hi, sorry. iMovie was having a moment and it wouldn't let me pause my video. I was like, no one needs to hear me like struggle to edit. I'll try and come back.
You get to see my kitchen.
I feel like we're getting a tour of your house this week.
I know, it's because I'm doing so many sprints and having to do it in different places because I'm doing other stuff as well. I'm not just sprinting.
You have a life, how dare you?
I know. I mean,
Being Chloe can't relate, obviously.
I'm alright, thanks. I will say normally I am not sat here when I'm sprinting. I am normally upstairs. It's only because I have the house to myself so I can sit in the living room.
On the 24-hour readathon, you get to see my lounge because that's where I'm sprinting in the first sprint from 12:30 in the morning till 6 o'clock in the morning. Nice. So, you know, with your early sprints, you get to see my lounge.
It's an incentive to join the 12:30 sprints, obviously.
You get to see my lounge.
I still need to go back and watch yesterday's sprints. Did Lisa do the Marvel tune?
She did indeed.
I need to go watch that as well because I missed that.
Yeah, my nail appointment started at 7 and I was like, this is such terrible timing.
Could not be your nail appointment?
Well, I mean, I needed to get my rainbow nails done, so.
It was definitely a good decision of her to ask us to turn our cameras off and mute ourselves though, because
there was a lot
of laughter.
This is a really awkward angle. But I have nothing else to put you on.
How did you guys do in that sprint then? Were you editing, Meg, I'm guessing?
Yeah. I ate 2 pieces of pizza and I edited 10 minutes of the video.
Nice. How about you, Liv?
I ate my cake.
Nice.
And I've got 2 bits left to wash up and then I need to wipe up. I need to dry up. Which I'll probably do during this chatty bit.
Nice.
The angle might be a little bit awkward.
I sorted the clothes out in the washing machine and then read 12% of my book.
I'm sorry for headphone users. I'm about to put this on metal. Trying to be careful as I can.
Right, let's see how everyone else did. Catherine saying that Midnight Library is amazing. I believe this was in response to me saying that I would forget about the clothes in the washing machine again. Meant to probably read it, but my aunt passed away the same month, so I stepped back. Understandable. It's a fairly heavy book, I believe. Finally up to reading it, and I'm loving it. Good to hear. Sometimes you do just need to be in the right headspace for certain books. Yeah, sorry, it's a beautiful book, but one for the right headspace.
There are some books that you just need that right. There are some books that you can read in any headspace that are just like happy, fluffy. Look at me, I'm cute. And then there are books that you're like, no.
Yeah. Just like, this is not
one. I feel like I could read a historical romance any day of the week, but like, ask me to pick up Hanya Yanagihara's latest release, like, I'm gonna have to be in a very specific mood.
Right now. Hello. Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
From my 99 pages of Norse mythology.
Nice.
See, I expect when the name is Norse mythology, I expect that that's like a fairly dense book, and then you're still reading 99 pages of it.
Oh, okay. It's fine. It's fine.
26 pages. 20 pages. 48 pages of Dowry of Blood.
I hope you're enjoying it.
26 pages. Tori now has 30 pages left of the Midnight Library.
Well, killing it.
Next sprint.
Yes, definitely. Catherine hopes to stay up for some of your kick-off sprints, Liv. She wants to see the lounge. That's what it is. How are you liking Norse mythology? It was so good. Don't know what that's in relation to. Hi, Half-Liv. I finished Norse mythology today too.
I feel like that's a big one that I've seen people on Team Loki reading.
Yeah, well, it was when I did my recommendations video, I gave some like extra recommendations for the other teams in case people had made bad choices. And with the Norse mythology one, like that was literally the only thing I could think of. I was like that, and then things that are okay.
Yeah,
you are a lot of a better team leader than me because I just did my own prompts.
Well, I was only because there was a couple of things for some other prompts that like other team prompts that I wanted to recommend to people. Like I just wanted to get people to read it anyway. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was it was mainly me just telling people to read Nevernight for Animal Companion. Just remembered my I just had a notification. I put a poll up earlier on my Twitter. And because we were talking about your poll before, and I'm doing a poll basically to pick my next read for every book so that I get the points for it. And apparently, nobody wants me to read the books that I actually want to read because I've just put up emojis, and the one that I'm least excited to read is the one that everyone's picking, and no one wants me to read Cersei, and I'm really upset about it.
I want you to read Cersei.
I also want you to read Cersei.
Go pick the one that looks like a Greek urn then for my emoji hints.
I already
Where
got
is it?
It's on Twitter.
In Discord or Twitter?
Twitter. Because everyone at the minute is using the butterfly and I'm not happy about it.
What is the butterfly?
The Monarchs.
Oh, I want to read that.
I do want to read it. I'm just not in the mood to read it at the minute, but I needed something to fill my choices out. I was hoping people, like any of the other three, were what I was like, I read these ones. Anyway.
What's the Leaves? That's what I voted for. Before I knew you wanted me to vote for Cersei.
The Leaves is, I mean, this is going to give it away because I'll be using these for the rest until they all get picked. The Leaves is Nature of Witches.
What's the butterfly that's winning?
The Monarchs. And then I might as well just give them all away. The Heart is Payback's a Witch. It's a romance.
Oh, I just remembered I have Witch Please on my Kindle. I completely forgot about that when I was filming my TBR. And I just mentioned some random witchy books. I was like, I'll probably try and read these at some point.
I was just like, I'm going to stretch prompts if I need to. Like Book of Night mentions magicians. A lot of the times witches tend to go alongside magicians. Therefore, I'm counting it. It's magic.
Yeah, I've just decided that magic vibes is what I'm going for witches. Like if there is magic and a woman, I'm good.
This is like me asking you the other day if I could count a Far Wilder magic, and you were like, yeah, they don't call themselves witches, but they kind of are. So there we go.
Yeah, it's quite hard because you can't really stretch a dragon. A dragon is a dragon. Yeah. And I mean, I feel like it's a bit of too far of a stretch to call. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, there's a guy called Iroh, and he's known as Dragon of the West.
I'd take it.
No, I would stretch that.
Yeah.
Okay then, wonderful.
I mean, we shouldn't be condoning this because we're on a different team.
You just scored me an extra 50 points on a book that was already scoring me 50 points.
Yeah,
so that's like 100 points.
But the thing is, Liv, is that you're going to read all of these comics this weekend and you'll get all these points. And then what else are you going to read for the rest of the month?
To be fair, I've got an e-arc that I really want to read, which is the sequel to 600 Cranes, which is also another 100 plus points.
Oh, I think I missed out the Fairyloot Dragon Promise book, and I was really sad about it.
You're saying you really want to read it, but you also really wanted to read Hosab, and that still took you a while. It's not a sprint with Liv if she doesn't
mute
get
myself
pulled
so
off
I
the
don't
room.
jingle and jangle in your ears whilst I dry up
Fair.
even, because there's going to be lots of banging and clanging.
Fair enough. I will just keep making comments about you not reading while you're muted. It's not a sprint with Liv if you don't make a comment about her not reading. See, the next one. We're all friends here, Liv. See, there we go. Thank you for the warning about the sound. Oh, the comments just jumped 1 second.
What was that warning?
I think it was when the you were metal. Hopefully in the next sprint. Finished Norse mythology as well this morning. So many people are reading Norse mythology. See, Team Loki is not on the sprints today, but clearly they are in the comments. Awesome. Yeah. Hoping to be there for your lives with Becca. I need to get my skates on. I haven't decided if I'm going to try and stay up all day with you guys or not. But to be honest, I'm not sleeping at the minute, so I might as well anyway.
My sleep schedule is messed up enough. I do not need to do that to myself.
Yeah, you need to get yours back on track. Mine's just a lost cause. It's fine.
Like, I actually bought a can of Monster to have at work the other day, and I hate energy drinks. I was like, I need this. This is necessary.
Because you don't drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee. I would if I liked it.
This is, when my daughter died, I read Pet Cemetery and the Donor, a thriller about organ donors. It's a real connection to make when a loved one dies.
Oh.
Sorry to hear that. Read them like a week before. Yeah, it's strange when something kind of happens and relates to things that you don't realize at the time. Yeah, send in love. Tori, go and vote on my poll and make me read Cersei. We go. Now here properly after escaping home from family Jubilee thing. Is anyone else on here actually doing anything for the Jubilee, or is everyone else just excited that they don't have to work like me?
We have a sort of street party out on our green on Sunday afternoon,
Nice.
which I'll probably go to just for cake.
Nice.
It's my nan's birthday on Monday, so like people are coming round for food on Saturday, and like we're gonna have bunting in the garden because my mum decided she wants it. But like we're not doing anything Jubilee related. I'm just very glad to not be in work today or tomorrow.
Yeah. That is, everyone at work yesterday was talking about, like, it was quite funny, like the sort of distinction between people, because like the older people in the office were all like, oh, what are you doing for the Jubilee? And they were all sort of talking about street parties that were planning. And then all of sort of the younger ones were all just like, just happy to have a bank holiday. Do not really care.
Yeah, we could wear like dress down yesterday.
Yes.
We're like, we prefer it if you wore red, white, or blue.
I think she's frozen.
Yeah, she's frozen.
I'll tell you the best thing to come out of it was seeing Prince Louis on the balcony when the planes like flew over. He was adorable. Yeah. And the moment when Princess Charlotte had to tell him to stop waving so much because he kept waving in her face. Because he was so enthusiastically waving at people. I think that he definitely stole the show.
I did watch the fly pass and stuff earlier and the Trooping of the Colour and things like that. I'm not gonna like go out of my way to sort of have my own party type. Thank you. Take the weekend for me. Oh, Meg's back.
Yeah, it's like my computer was having a whole moment then.
And there we go. Change emojis for every poll. I was going to put like completely different books, and then I suddenly thought I actually need to put a poll up because I'm going to read this book really quickly, and I didn't have the brain capacity to think of anything different. So I just kind of went, here we go.
I'll be doing my polls when I actually get to reading something that isn't Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Fair enough. what I keep doing is in between books, I keep reading a Scarlet Witch comic, and then the pulls are for the main books I'm reading in between. Should a poll pick on Twitter for my next read? Thanks for the tip. You're welcome.
Once Upon a Broken Heart is currently winning by 2 votes, and I'm very mad about it.
Good. I mean, the Monarchs is still winning on mine. It's not changed at all. Liv, you can take it as dragon.
Iroh is amazing. Iroh is everything, and I wish Iroh the best in life. He is just the crazy uncle with the sage wisdom of like an oracle.
And the war criminal history.
With a war criminal history.
Nice.
So, yeah. You need to, if you like Iroh, you need to watch the rest of the seasons because you learn so much more about Uncle Iroh. He's everyone's uncle.
Apparently, you need to listen to The Lantern Worm. It's an epic poem that's likely as a song on YouTube that's technically about a dragon. I don't know if I have any books I can recommend that have dragons in them.
Crave.
I'm thinking of ones that I can recommend to you, but okay.
Do I have any dragon books?
The only one I can think of with a dragon on the cover, I didn't like the book.
I think there may have been a dragon very briefly in one of the Raven Boys books. I think maybe the second one. Which, like, does it really count? I'd say it would because I want people to read that
I
series.
completely forgot there's dragons in Starfell.
Yeah, I bet there's quite a few middle grades actually that are dragons.
Dragons in them.
Yeah. That's like the Fire Full of Dragons one. That's like
the only one that's just come to mind is like a child's book, but it's a picture book. But there's a Tom Fletcher book there's a dragon in your book. You could read that.
That's cute.
I have I have one of his other like picture books because why not?
Just looked at my shelf and I'm like, Priory has dragons. Don't read that. It's massive.
But do read it.
Yeah, Fire with Fire was a Fairyloot book that has dragons. Not read it yet, you know.
I think I got rid of my Fire with Fire book. No, I still have it actually. I still have that one.
I don't have a lot of yellow sprayed edges, so I kept it specifically for the rainbow.
Yeah, I'm not reading Priory. Too large for me.
I would not recommend you read Priory.
I would.
It's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want you to get points, so.
Okay, I tell you what. I'll tell you what. When Crescent City turns up on your TBR, I'll read Priory with the Orange Tree.
Oh no! If I'm making you read a big book, I'm making you read Empire of the Vampire.
Oh my god, no! I literally Empire of the Vampire is not a book that I can read.
No.
Well, I enjoyed it more than Nevernight.
Yeah, but
no, that's a lie. I enjoyed it more than God's Grave.
Nothing by Jay Kristoff is my cup of tea. And the only thing that Jay Kristoff's written that I like is Illuminate.
And even that freaked you out.
And even that freaked me out. I was like, oh my god, what is happening? I've got the second book and I'm scared to read it. I'm like, I'm saving it.
You'll probably enjoy Amy Kaufman's sci-fi with Megan Spooner more. They're very like romance based. Like less creepy things trying to kill you, and I love them.
I'll have to give that one a go.
I'm obsessed with these broken stars. Like it's Romeo and Juliet, but in space, and I'm like, not really Romeo and Juliet, but it's like slightly star-crossed enemies to lovers kind of deal.
Speaking of Romeo and Juliet, remind me another time when we're not on a live to speak to you about Our Violent Ends because I finished it now and I want to know your opinions on the ending.
Okay.
I'm
intrigued.
I was intrigued to see whether or not
These Violet Delights are on my is on my TBR this month because I tried to read it end of last year, and that was when I just finished Once Upon a Broken Heart.
Yeah, I remember you saying.
I need to read Caravel. I can't focus on any other book until I read Caravel. So I ended up purchasing the hardbacks of Caravel and reading them.
it's just I was intrigued to figure out whether she would go like full Romeo and Juliet with the ending.
Yeah.
So
I was
now
nervous. I thought she might.
What's her?
But before I started it, I was like, she's going to kill everyone. Like, everyone is going to die. I was so worried to start it.
So now I have thoughts that I would like to discuss. Put a poll in Discord earlier and the winner keeps changing. I'm going to take the winner in the morning. Yeah, this is why I've been doing it on Twitter, is because I can set a time limit.
I'm going to wait until it's no longer Once Upon a Broken Heart.
The never. The Black Panther team are making themselves known. That is just the universal sound of Black Panther, apparently. So my poll for 2 days from now to give me time to finish Crown of Midnight. Oh. Still working. Also has to work. I'm guessing this is about bank holiday. I'm very sorry if people have to work. I worked in retail for like many, many years. This is the first job I've ever had where I've had bank holidays off. So I feel your pain because I got the worst shifts over bank holidays.
I used to work at stables and I once worked for 30 days in a row. I mean, to be fair, some of the days was only like 2 or 3 hours, but I was still having to get up early and work to like feed the horses. I did 30 days in a row.
That doesn't sound legal.
I don't think it was, but the thing was I was living on the yard.
Yeah,
I didn't have the best relationship with my boss, and so it was kind of awkward to like say no at times, and it wasn't like she would say, oh, because she lived like 30 minutes away, and she was like, oh, I don't particularly want to come down for like an hour in the morning, and I thought, I'm here, I might as well. It wasn't until I got to day 30 that I was like, no, I need to stop. I need to have a Monday off. I need to have someone, like a day off to myself where I can sleep in. So I don't recommend working 30 days in a row.
No, it doesn't sound appealing. I'm not going to do that myself. And cry together. Work on Saturday, which isn't great, but Monday's going to be awful, so I'm going to try and get stuff all done so I'm not a total ball of stress. Fair enough. It's half term, work at schools after school club part-time makes no real difference to me with the bank holidays. Yeah, I've noticed that these bank holidays are right in the middle of half term, so like that extra bank holiday means nothing if you work in a school. Unless I suppose some places might give the training day after. If you want to vote, we'll go and have a look momentarily and vote. I wrote with his teeth, apparently.
You will understand the hot leaf juice situation once you watch Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Okay.
Basically, there's a joke that Zuko makes some tea for Uncle Iroh, and it doesn't taste nice. And Zuko says to Iroh, what's wrong with it? And Iroh says, it just tastes like hot leaf juice. And Zuko's like, that's what tea is. It's a whole thing, and it continues throughout the seasons. I think everyone should watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. Don't watch the movie. Just please do not watch the live action movie. No one
I've heard
watch
bad
that
things
in
about
their
it.
life. Please, no one watch that. That is not Avatar: The Last Airbender. We've announced that.
I just voted on Catherine's poll. Her choices are Jade City, Ruin of Kings, Saga Volume 1, or The Kiss Quotient. I voted for Jade City very, very quickly. I could have given you an easier one to read, but no, Jade City.
The Kiss Quotient seems very like out of left field for that.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Crave has dragons? Question mark? Even more sold now. See, you're selling Crave to people, Liv.
Crave has dragons.
It's almost midnight, so maybe I should go to bed. Right?
Good bed.
Good night.
Yeah.
My poll is on Twitter, yes. Main dragons are Priorate, Aragon, and Discovery of Witches. On The Girl Who Drank the Moon. everyone should read that middle grade by Kelly Barnhill.
Very much forgot about a discovery of witches having a dragon.
Again, it's one of those where, like, if you ask me any book with dragons in, all that sort of comes to mind is Priory.
Game of Thrones.
Say dragons is Crave for me. Dragons will always be Crave.
Like a couple of Harry Potter books, but I'm not recommending those to anybody.
Yeah. I've in my book I'm reading at the minute, there's just been a Harry Potter reference, and I read one of her other books, so this was in middle grade, and then I read her latest adult book last month, and there was also a Harry Potter reference in that. But the Harry Potter reference in that came 2 pages after this. There was this strange moment where there was a character that had been brought into it. It was at like a book club meeting. And there was a character who, I can't remember if it was a trans character or a non-binary character, but there was something to do with someone misgendering somebody. And then the main character gave like a sort of, didn't really let the character who was affected speak, and kind of stepped in and corrected them. But it was like a teaching moment, and it just felt really awkward. And then 2 pages later, there's a Harry Potter reference, and I'm like, you can't on 1 page be like standing up for trans rights and things like this, and then 2 pages later be making that reference, and it really irritated me.
Like the cognitive dissonance is like there.
And then again, like the reference in this was, they were talking about how there can be good witches. So they were listing, they're like, oh, there's Glinda the Good Witch, and there's I can't remember what else they said, and Hermione Granger, and I was like, do we need to throw that one in?
I do feel like I can understand Harry Potter references in books pre-finding out what she was really like.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand. It does date the book, but I can understand. Afterwards, I do not feel a need for Harry Potter or the name who shall not be named in books. I don't see the need. I understand it is part of people's childhoods, but there's a lot in my childhood that I don't talk about because it's wrong now.
I mean, literally have it tattooed on me, but I still choose not to recommend it to people because of that reason.
I was in the middle of starting my first read of them. I got halfway through the second book, shit went down, and I put it away, and I gave the book to charity.
Yeah. I still have my books and things like that, and it's something about, I'm not going to recommend it to people and things, because it's a separate thing, and it's like these are both 2022 releases. So I'm just like, why?
Yeah, I think I know the author that you're reading, and I'm a little bit disappointed that she's put it in there.
Yeah. I mean, I've already said what book I'm reading. It's Caravel, which is your book.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that she's put. I thought she was, I won't say the word better than that, but I thought she had more social understanding about what the Harry Potter means to a lot of people.
Yeah. It's a strange one. Like I said, I get it, because I get that a lot of people sort of choose to have their own relationship with it and whatever, and like you can still enjoy the story and kind of separate it from the author, fair enough. But just be aware that other people reading that and seeing the reference, that alone could be harmful. And if you're trying to be sort of sorry.
I feel like Harry Potter has become a trigger word now for some people.
Yeah.
And, you put trigger warnings in place for other things. And I feel like Harry Potter is just as bad at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's harmful to a lot of people. And as an author, you've kind of got to take other people's viewpoints into consideration. With the amount of public backlash that she's got, why put that in a book? You may have your own personal feelings towards that, that's fine. You have your own personal feelings to whatever you want to do, but what you put into the public eye should be, you should take that into consideration, other people's thoughts and opinions.
Yeah. Right.
I'm very passionate about that bit.
Yeah, no, it made complete sense what you were saying. I agree. Just put a poll on Twitter for my next read as I'll finish Norse mythology in the next sprint. We'll go and have a look at that poll in a second as well. Liv might die if she tried to read Empire of Vampire. And then don't do it. AOTV will kill you. Yeah, but I love that book so much.
I know you love that book so much, but I will read Priory if you read Crescent City.
I'm not that much what you read in Priory. I only gave 4 stars.
Oh, okay, then I won't read Priory then.
I'll find something else for you to read. I mean,
find me a chunky book that you love. I will read it whilst you read Crescent City.
See, the thing is, the chunky books that I love, I know you won't like. I just want to find a V. Schwab book that you will actually really love. I'm trying to figure out what one it would be that's not the middle grades.
I've got Gallant. It's not a chunky book. It's a YA.
Yeah.
That's one of the books that I've actually kept.
Okay. I'm gonna consider things.
Have a think. But just so you know, for V. Schwab, I've DNF'd Addy, I've DNF'd Dark Shade of Magic, and I've read her middle grade.
See, I tried the Savage Song because I love the Savage Song.
I think I don't know. I've got the Near Witch.
No, I'm not recommending that.
I think I'm going to get rid of that one though.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not bad, but it's nowhere near as good as her other books. And I kind of recommend it to people if you like her other books and you just want to see what her first novel was like. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to people in general. It's like it's fine, but it's nothing amazing. These Broken Stars I was not keen on, but I had the entire series in hardback and refused to get rid of because the covers are unreal.
They are very pretty, and I hate realistic people on books, and I'm still like, they're stunning.
No, I can retell. Yeah, I noticed. So that's when I had the experience of working bank holidays, was retail and hospitality, both of them. The Black Panther has a catchphrase and a tagline. It's the most organisation you will get. Hospitality. Dynamics definitely change when you live on site, Liv. Oh, sorry, the things. I sadly watched the Avatar movie.
I watched Dylan Is in Trouble react to the Avatar movie, and I think that's as close as I'm going to get to watching it.
The only good thing about the live action was Jackson Rathbone.
Yes, he was the only good thing about it. But I still feel like it was done dirty. Like the whole movie, like those of you who've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, the animated series, the fandom has decided that the movie is actually an adaptation of the Ember Island Players, version, not the actual Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's done on the play because in the last season they go and see a play about basically the whole so basically a recap. It's a really clever recap version. You know how sometimes they have like recap episodes before the season finale? They made this episode about the Ember Island Players, and they literally got everything wrong and nothing was right, and it was just hilarious. So that is what the movie is. It's the Ember Island Players version.
First things that come to mind for Dragon is Aragon.
I remember reading books 1 to 3 of that series, and then I started book 4 and I tried to read it like 5 times, and like it was so boring. I was like, how has this happened? And like, so I was like, oh, we need more about the cousin. I love the cousin. The cousin is great. And then book 4 had a POV from the cousin, and I was like, this is the most boring man I've ever read about in my entire existence. What's going on? It's like 12-year-old Megan was not having a good time.
Liv, Tori is going to message you about Crave because she needs to figure out when she's going to read it. And Aragon have my heart. A much older dragon riders a perm by Anne McCaffrey.
I feel like Cornelia Funk has a dragon series as well. He wrote Inkheart, but I never read it.
So long since I've read Aragon, I might pick it up again this year. Yeah, I have it tattooed on me, and it's personal tattoo. It's more of a memorial tattoo than a Harry Potter one, but people see it as Potter. Yeah. read 2, 3, 4, and 5 at the start of the pandemic and finished off the series when I started reading again. Love the movie kills me now. I have a Potter tattoo, Potter tattoo too, but it's on my shoulder and hidden a lot of the time. I am planning on getting mine covered up. I was getting it covered up before everything anyway because it's very badly done. Basically, I booked the appointment with somebody who is no longer a friend, and this is one of many things that shows how sort of single-minded she was and only thinking about herself, but that's a whole different thing. Basically, we had a joint we had an appointment booked at the same time because they were both quite small tattoos. They said, "Oh, we'll just take one deposit, book you in together." She then decided that she didn't want to get a tattoo because she'd not, to be honest, she didn't actually want a tattoo in the first place. She just wanted to get one because I was. She was going to have her own name tattooed on her foot, which is strange.
Interesting.
So she decided that she was going to cancel her appointment. And I said to her, I was like, okay, when you phone up to cancel, make sure that you tell them that I am still coming in for the tattoo. This is because we paid like half a deposit each. And I'm like, and see if they can just transfer your deposit over to me. She phoned them up, said that she wasn't coming in, made no mention of me whatsoever. So when I got there, they'd cancelled both appointments and double booked it. They'd said they'd still fit mine in, but then it all got rushed. Didn't really, I was like 18 at the time, so I like didn't, and I'm nervous as hell, so didn't speak up when like I wasn't quite happy with the placement and things like that. And then it's turned out really badly done, and like the coloring's awful because they didn't actually use a different needle to shade it. They just used the outlining needle, and yeah, it wasn't a good experience. So I've been wanting to get it covered up anyway, but originally I was going to have it covered up with a big Hogwarts, which I'm not going to have anymore. I'm thinking my thoughts now, I want it to be theatre related, and I kind of want a ghost light on my arm. So,
nice.
But I need to figure out how it'd fit and cover that because obviously it's a solid black. But I think if I have that as the base of it, it should be able to cover it up. So.
I still need Chain of Thorns to come out so I can decide whether or not I'm getting daisies on my arm. Because like I do really like the idea of daisies, but there is no way I can unentangle it from like
the
last hours at this point.
I want to get something Crescent City related. I want to get like a crescent.
Well, like it's not even the last hours related. It's like it was Gilmore Girls related, and then I just like really liked the idea of daisies, and then the last hours happened, and like one of the characters' nickname is Daisy, and I'm like, if things don't end well for these guys, I don't want that on my arm. Like, yeah, that will piss me off.
I want to get Crescent City tattoo, and I want one that's incorporated ACOTAR as well. Like, I want to get the mountains and the stars, and then inside, like in a crescent. And then I also want to get some like Heartstopper leaves around it because I really love those leaves.
Yeah.
But I want to read the third and final book of Crescent City before I get that tattoo because I'm like, this book could kill me. I could absolutely hate this ending. I don't think I will because it's Sarah J. Maas and I am a complete and utter slave for Sarah. But we'll see.
I feel like her ending's her weakest point for me though, so I'm like, I would be worried. I'd be like, oh, she's kind of disappointed me with endings in the past. That's how I feel about Laini Taylor. She is one of my favorite authors of all time, and yet she's never written a conclusion that I've been completely happy with. I'm like, come on, Laini. Like,
I think I actually haven't read a conclusion from Sarah J. Maas because I haven't finished Throne of Glass, and ACOTAR's still ongoing, and so is Crescent City.
When ACOTAR finished though, like, because I said when it finished, because it was the original trilogy, wasn't there? And then there's been more after. Was that supposed to be the end, or did you always know there was going to be more?
So I always knew there was going to be more because at that point, when I first read it, I knew there was going to be more. So
I did not know there was going to be more. I thought it was it.
Yeah, because technically it is an ending.
I do think technically it is an ending, and to be fair, if it ended on that, I would have been happy. I felt like it was a good ending. Like I felt like it left enough open for people to explore in their own heads, but it was closed enough that I felt satisfied. But I am grateful that she did continue it because I love all of the characters and I don't want to say goodbye to them yet. So I'm excited to see whether it, because we're getting Crescent City next year, Crescent City 3 next year. And
is it just a trilogy?
The last tour that she went to, it's a trilogy at the moment, is what she said.
Yeah.
So she signed a 3-book deal for this story, but I think she's probably going to do what she did for ACOTAR and try and like do spin-off books, but continue the story through the spin-off books.
I mean, they're not going to say no to her, are they?
Oh no.
She has an entire dedicated team at her publisher that just deal with her. Like, I think, I can't remember, is it Bloomsbury that are a publisher? They were like hiring someone for like just the Sarah J. Maas marketing team. I'm like, just her marketing? Like, you're going to have an entire department just for Sarah J. Maas?
I mean, to be fair, she's big enough to be able to do that.
No, it's just insane.
Yeah.
I'm like, J.K. Rowling was the only other person that they were hiring. And I'm like, you still have a J.K. Rowling department? Like, we're still doing that? Well,
I think they're kind of contractually legally binded to doing it. Still.
Yeah, and the marketing's probably just putting out fires everywhere.
Yeah.
How do you still make this marketable? Because I don't know about anybody else, but when I went into Waterstones at Christmas, and the local one to me, that new book that came out at Christmas, they very, very much overestimated how much stock they needed of it. Yeah. So it's just piles left, but yeah. Speaking of like books where you don't know whether or not it's ended or not, how annoying is it that Stephanie Garber won't say how many books is in Once Upon a Broken Heart? She just keeps saying, when you read it, you'll find out if it's a trilogy or a duology. I'm like, tell me.
Honestly, I'm scared for that ending because I know that if it's not a satisfying ending and then find out it's a duology, I'm going to kill her.
I think it's going to be a trilogy. I think that's what she's saying.
I do think it's going to be, because she did a trilogy for the first set, and I kind of feel like how the first book ended, there's a lot more to tell than just in one more book.
See, the thing is with Caravel is that from what I remember of that one, when the first one came out of that, it was sort of left open, but I don't think she was contracted for the sequels yet, because obviously they wanted to see how well it did. Whereas on this, and I think because like obviously that did quite well, they want to leave some like ambiguity about this, but I think they've known full well that it's going to be a trilogy from the beginning, and they're just being annoying.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like, having read the book, it does feel like one book and then 2 is like a sequel. 2 and 3 is like almost like a sequel.
Yeah.
Because the first one is, I feel like the first one is where it's solely Scarlet.
Scarlet, yeah.
It's solely Scarlet, whereas the other 2 are from it's from Scarlet and Hella's POVs.
Yeah.
Is it though? Or is it just Hella? Like, really? Let's be honest here.
The third one's both.
Not really, though.
The second one's more just Hella.
It's like...
It is.
It's like 70-30.
I mean, I prefer Scarlet, so I just remember everything of Scarlet.
I also prefer Scarlet, which is why I was so mad that Hella was 1, so irritating, and 2, so prevalent.
See, I didn't mind Hella, but I think that's because I really like Dante.
Didn't like him either.
See, I haven't read it in a while, but I was all about Scarlet and Julian.
Don't get me wrong, I loved Julian, but Dante was... Which is fine, because Jax is Becca's, so I have Dante, she is Jax.
You both have terrible taste.
Should have known you chose Jade. You choose Jade Sitter. Yes, obviously. In all fairness,
I own 2 copies of that now, and I have not read it. I own 2 complete copies of the trilogy.
That was one of my ones where I have this habit of worrying that I'm going to miss out on a collector's edition set that I'm really going to want. So I keep, because it happened with Daughter of Smoke and Bone, and then I had to pay a ridiculous amount to get the first one. So now I just buy them and hope that I like them. And so far it's worked out well. And Jade City was one of the ones where it did work out well. I liked the entire series. The next one is I've bought
them.
the Scythe set, and I really need to like that series.
You bought which?
The Scythe Fairyloot set.
Oh, I didn't buy that, but like I do own it, and like I like it, but I don't like love it. And so I bought the Poppy Wall without reading it, and I'm like, that may have been a mistake because I have not yet read.
My unicorn, like my next unicorn that I really need to get, which I doubt I ever will, is the Fairyloot Caravel trilogy.
Are they like the brownie ones?
No, they're solid colours. Black, red, and something else.
Yeah, see, I'd already read Caravel at that point, and I was like, I'm not spending this much money on a 3-star book.
Yeah, see, I didn't read them in enough time, and now they're selling for like 600-700 quid each, like for the set. Yeah.
Harry Potter
I bought like the Jade trilogy, and then I bought the rest of the books in the Orbit sale.
What was that one? Sorry?
Because I was like, I bought the Jade War series, and I was like, well, I don't want to read these editions because, like, if I don't like them, then I might ruin them, and people want to buy them. And so I bought books 2 and 3 in the Orbit sale, and now they're just sat there, embarrassing me.
I've remembered my series that I missed out on that I will never be able to get is the David Bad trilogy.
Same. I've only read one, but I loved it.
I've read all 3. Well, see, I liked the first one, but there was like something missing from it. I gave it 4 stars. Second one was the same. The third one was a 5-star, and now I read the first 2. Having read the third one, it'll be a 5-star series.
Yeah, I really liked book 1, and then I got mad that I didn't buy the special editions, and so didn't carry on with book 2 because I'm like, I'll never have these in hardcover.
It's part of the reason I really want to read Red Rising, but I also think I'm going to love that. And it's part of the reason I'm putting off reading it is because that will annoy me. I mean, I'm still kicking myself that I don't own the Fairyloot Heartstopper books because it's like part of my personality is how much I talk about Heartstopper on my channel. But I don't have the Fairyloot ones because I'm stupid.
I was like, oh, I don't really need that. Like, it's so expensive. You read it in like 20 minutes, and then they started coming out, and I was like, they're so pretty, and I love it so much, and I don't have it.
I was already a Heartstopper maniac.
Well, so was I, but I didn't buy them. I've got the first Heartstopper the week it went on sale, and then binge read everything that was available online, signed up to a Patreon. Like, I've been obsessed with it for a while now, and for some reason I still didn't get the Fairyloot ones because I'm stupid.
Alice Oseman's Heartstopper Volume 3 was the last book event I went to before COVID.
Same.
I love that we were in the same church and didn't know each other.
Yeah.
I almost went. And I was too broke.
I went, and I just remember gushing to her about how excited I was to read Loveless, and then Loveless is my favorite book of hers now, and I'm like, that's the only book of hers I don't have signed, so I'm very excited for Yalk to be like, yes.
I have none of them signed, and I also unhauled like my original solitaire copy. So,
H3 was one of my daughter's favorite series, so the series is sentimental for me. I don't buy from her or usually ever talk about JK. Now she's reprehensible to me. Yeah. I can't remember what this is in reference to. Oh, I think it's here we go. Not like interrupt. Thanks. Yeah, she's I haven't spoken to her for years. It's absolutely fine. Right, that is the end of the comments. Are we going for, should we make this a last one, or do people want to do more? I don't know. Liv, you muted.
Because I was finishing to tidy up. So I actually finished everything, so I can go and do more planning of my TBR. I might paint some stuff.
Yeah. Exciting. I mean, I'm going to be up for a while because I only got out of bed at 11 o'clock today, so I'm good with whatever.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm happy to do more.
Once Upon a Broken Heart is no longer winning the poll, so.
I mean, if anybody else would like to go and vote, feel free. I did look afterwards, and on the Marvelathon Discord, everyone that had voted was people in the comments from here, and I'm like, yes, I like.
There are like 2 for the Scottish flag now, which is like, it's a really incongruous like emoji for what it actually is. But I was like, I can think of nothing else at this point. But what's currently winning is people we meet on vacation, and I'm very excited.
My poll has got closer, and I believe that from looking by the percentages, I think Cersei is now 1 behind the Monarchs, but it's still not winning.
That's so sad.
I mean, there is 10 hours left to vote, so plenty of time.
Plenty of time for the Monarchs to get a bigger lead.
Shush. I mean, I could just ignore it and just read Cersei.
Yeah, like technically you did a poll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just didn't take the results of it.
It doesn't say you have to listen to the poll.
I mean, I might just end up reading both because I've got the audiobook for Cersei, so I could always start the audiobook and then read Monarchs. Anyway. Why?
Traitor.
Don't do this to me. I will read it. It's on my actual like TBR, Mash TBR. I have to read it. Cersei isn't. Cersei I forgot about until after I'd finished filming the video, and I was like, this is a main book I wanted to read this month. I've been putting it off for a month because when I finished reading Song of Achilles, I went, Cersei's a witch, I'm going to have to wait till June.
Song of Achilles is so good. That's also one of my favourite books. That would be in my top 5 with Strange the Dreamer and Middle Game and Gideon. And
I was just very happy when Becca read it last month and enjoyed it because I recently read it and I was telling her how good it was, and I was like, please like it.
That's like a book that I read in high school that has like stayed with me like 4 years. Like I read it before I even knew what like literary fiction was. I was just like obsessed. And then I never read another literary book again. I was like, I only want Greek retellings actually.
I don't think Song of Achilles is one that I'd recommend to live.
I have Song of Achilles.
Oh, okay.
It is very good.
It's too slow for you.
We'll see how it goes because I got the anniversary edition because I saw it and it was like that. It's that pretty blue one.
Yeah.
And I saw it in the Boxing Day sales where it was like half price.
Yeah.
Because all hardbacks were half price, and I was like, it's a tenner. I'd be stupid not to get it.
I pre-ordered it.
The thing is I think I do think you'll like it, but I think it might be a bit slow.
I have to be in the right mood for it.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to be in a sit down and reading mood rather than this book makes me want to sit down and read.
Yeah. It's but it is, yeah, there's definitely things in it that you appreciate in books, so French noise. Misunderstood the poll. Right, we are actually going to sprint now. I will see you in 45.
Share screen.
Hello.
Hello.
How did you do?
Oh.
I need to export it now, but I thought I'd wait until I wasn't on sprints.
Yeah. Is it going up tonight, or are you putting it up tomorrow?
Probably tomorrow. It's a bit late for me to stress about whether or not YouTube will process it.
Fair enough. What did you get up to, love?
I painted some stuff.
Nice.
So I thought I need to put green in here.
Nice.
I've done 2 of these because I want to see what it looks like before I paint the whole set.
Yeah.
It's tedious as hell because I have to measure and rule off each of the 4. And then I've also painted a yellow one, a red one, and for some reason my blue one has warped. Like it's got a little curve. The others haven't, so I'm hoping once it's dried I can put it into something and flatten it.
Yeah. I read 19% of my book, so I'm now halfway through.
Nice.
Considering I started it on the first sprint, I will definitely finish this one tomorrow.
I haven't even picked up the graphic novel since the first sprint, but I should be able to finish it before I go to sleep. Like 2 books in 2 days is a pretty good starting point.
This made me laugh at the beginning of the sprint. Rosie came back. Slid back at it again with the Addy hit. I leave for 2 seconds and she's breaking hearts again. Olivia. And then everyone should read Crave series or Once Upon a Broken Heart and DNF so she can feel the hurt.
Could be an option.
See, I don't generally DNF books, but I'm tempted to do it just to or at least just tell you I've done it. Because you make Rosie cry a river, you know this.
I'm sorry, Rosie.
This was a while ago, but thank you for joining the sprints. We've also got Alice heading off to bed. Thank you for joining. And Siobhan's finished Norse mythology. 4 stars. Did you? When did you actually start that book? Because I feel like you've probably read it in the entirety of these sprints. And
I think you did.
Yeah. I suddenly got really tired in the middle of that last sprint.
Oh no.
My editing finally started going smoothly, so I was like on it. I was like, I ate a piece of pizza. I got the editing finished. Now I just have to make a thumbnail. But it was my own fault for trying to be better with the editing rather than just put a clip of me in between a clip of other things. And so I was like, no, I'll react to it. I'll put myself on top, and I'm like, it was a nightmare.
She did read it all in these sprints. I want your powers.
I just want anybody's reading's powers.
Exactly.
I just want to be able to read.
just in general.
Just read in general.
What are you reading at the minute? I know you said you were putting an audiobook on earlier, I think.
Spirit Bound, which is the 5th book in the Vampire Academy series. So it's a reread for me. When
do you have to have that one read by?
19th.
Ah, okay. That's good.
So these live shows are meant to be the first Sunday of the month. And they're now the 2nd or 3rd Sunday of the month.
Well, I was expecting you to say either this weekend or the weekend after, not the weekend after that.
Well, it was going to be next weekend, but I'm in London next weekend.
Ah, okay.
So I can't
really see 6, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to go see Front Row for 6. So yeah, can't really do sprints on that Sunday.
Fair enough.
Because I'm busy. So yeah. These cards are not easy to paint on. They're shiny cards, so like it's acrylic paint, but it keeps like streaking.
Yeah.
Like, look at this one. Look at the streaks on that.
See how it dries.
Yeah. Oh, I've got acrylic paint everywhere. Wonderful. I'm so glad I've put a piece of paper down underneath like my painting station. It's now covered in paint, so I'm glad I did because this is a new desk.
I can only listen at 3.5 if I've started by reading along with it and then gotten used to it enough that I can then put the book down. Or I have to slowly work my way up.
Yeah, I have to slowly work my way up. I did it with Our Violent Ends actually the other day. I think I was listening to that on about 3.3 at the end of it.
I do really quite like the audiobooks for that series.
The other thing is that every so often one of the character voices that she did was you had to slow it down to be able to understand it. I can't remember which one it was. I don't know if it was Rosalind, but you had to slow it down every so often.
She was my least favourite, and I'm so mad that her next series is about her.
Yeah. I know.
I'm like, I get it, but also why?
Yeah. But
I also really hate the cover for Foul Lady Fortune.
Yeah, it's.
I was like, did I offend you?
No, it was just my laptop. It's my iPad. It does this sometimes. It's had enough, and it just it goes, nah, you're good.
All right. Yeah, no, I don't like the cover either. That's what I'm about to say.
No.
Right, I know I didn't actually say that was going to be the last sprint, but I feel like everyone's gone to bed anyway.
Yeah.
So I think that will be the last one. I think the next sprints that are happening are yours or the weekend.
I believe so. Because I should be doing them Friday, but obviously I'm going to bed early and doing them like first thing Saturday morning. So yes, it will be Saturday morning at 12:30 in the morning.
It's alternating between you and Becca, and then there'll be other people jumping on throughout, I assume.
Yeah, so we're doing them every 6 hours. So we're starting at 12:30, 6:30, and 12:30 and 6:30 again.
I like the little half-hour breaks you're giving yourself in the middle.
Yeah, well, the thing is that because we're swapping between the two, it's kind of like we have to disconnect from one to connect to the other.
Yeah.
So giving us that half an hour means we can go to the loo, grab something to eat.
Yeah, comfort breaks.
Exactly. I'm not gonna lie, during the afternoon one there might be an hour-long sprint, so I can nap for 45 minutes.
That sounds like a good plan.
But the last time I did a 24-hour readathon, even though I didn't read, I did actually complete the full 24 hours. I did stay up for 24 hours.
Yeah, I think we both ended up on sprints for those, didn't we?
Yeah. I was like, if I have to go on sprints, it means I will get up early. And it worked.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I got all of Assassin's Apprentice read.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you came in the morning, Chloe, you're in the evening.
But yeah, so Saturday for live sprints, and then is Becca still doing her Sunday ones?
I think so.
Yeah. And then Jem will be on Monday, back to Lisa on Tuesday. You've got all of us, and then I'll be back next Thursday.
I think the only days we don't have anyone on are Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Yeah.
There will always be sprints sometime.
Sure, there'll be whatever fun sprints happening on those days.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's whatever fun sprints happening now. Apparently, Chris has started some. So.
Yeah, I got a notification about it on YouTube, and I was like, there has been like no announcement of that beforehand. Like
they got decided on Spoops as sprints earlier.
Yeah, I wasn't watching Spoops as sprints. I was trying to film. I'm just having a bad time because they were just screaming children outside. I'm like, I hate when the kids next door are off.
I'm really lucky. My whole entire close, when I was a kid, there were loads of kids around, but everyone stayed in the same houses.
Yeah, so that's what I like.
There's no children around anymore.
You get the odd one that comes along because we have a giant green outside like our houses. I say giant, it's not that big, but it's big enough to play football on. So in the summer we sometimes get like the neighbouring streets come along and play some football on the green. But other than that, we don't get very many kids anymore. It's bliss.
We're like that because my estate has got a big playing field at the bottom. So in the summer there's a like the Sunday football clubs come and play on there. So it's a bit loud then, but other than that, like the next door neighbour's got a child, but he's a toddler, and that's it. Everyone else is pretty much been here
between the ages of like 6 and 15. None of them like each other.
Right. I'm actually going to end this now, but thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you to both of you two for coming on, and we'll see you on Saturday.
See you Saturday.